Hello, 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 hello. What do you have today? Indeed, continues Safari week early. Thing. Indeed. So let's see what today offers then, shall we? Maybe another shiny. Perhaps. Could be. You never know. Never know. But yep. As it is, usually the case, I've checked out the place that I'll be going in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl beforehand because, I need to be spending quite a good time sometimes to be finding a place that I want to be in. But yeah, today is quite literally and figuratively a early stream and also early Safari week. I'll try to go 5-ish hours. Maybe a little bit more. We'll see. Probably getting, nice amount of checks in that amount of time. Maybe another shiny, perhaps. Could be, could be. Could be getting another one. Safari layout there. Checking out if there is anything interesting in Pokemon Go. Oh, Yveltal is in raids. Cool. Nice. Been having so much lately. Still EVS my first spawn of the day in Pokemon Go. It's insane. I'll be getting going soon. Just it started late today, so I'm gonna wait until they are over. I forgot to press the button before. So yeah. Hello, cat. I know you did get early food today. Strange, I know. Early food for the cat. Let's actually start with Soul Silver today. Put it first there. Even though it's the easiest one to be putting. There we go. Yeah, both games again are gonna be going into the same place. Funnily enough. Both places are gonna be going to Area 1 today. Oh, I need to be speaking to this. Because still the other game is Soul Silver. Soul Silver, yes. Shining Pearl has Carnivine and Brilliant Diamond has Yanma today. For this batch. Yep. Let's start then. Yeah, today we're not gonna be seeing at all nighttime encounters. Because I'll be leaving around 5 PM my time. But we technically have new Pokemons. In actuality, we have more like Pokemons that we can be seeing. Because I'm quite sure that Psyduck is found in here because there is water. In this section. Speaking of which. But which way it actually goes in Area 1? I know that there's 1%. In Area 1... Oh, it's both the Zuriel and Bidoof for 1%, okay, yeah. So, another 1% Bidoof. Oh, nice. Yanma decided to show up already. Cool. Riley, I need to remember to be making the clip of at least yesterday, maybe today as well. We get anything today? Does it make... No, it just makes Azura, Lamba, not Badu, but Bidoof to be rare, yeah. Also, if I would be doing at nighttime, there is now Noctowl in the mix as well. But, you know, since no nighttime, it's not gonna be there. And And to be fair, if I would really like to be getting one or the other, I would be liking to be getting Hood Hood. Be liking it shiny a little bit more. But yep, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself. Nothing too bad going on today. Maybe a little bit tired because, you know, I didn't sleep that much, plus, you know, did early, wake up early. But nothing that bad though. Nothing that bad at all. Gonna start soonish the prediction as well. It's kinda mine as well. Nice. But yeah, indeed, after today, I'll be having 2-day break, at least. No, celebrating the midsummer indeed. And then, you know, back with more safari hunting indeed. And next week I try to be doing quite a good amount of safari hunting. Let's see how much I'm able to do actually. Definitely trying to. Really trying to. Will we today be accidentally throwing Pokeballs? Most likely. But at what point will it be happening? Will it be happening straight away, or will it happen after like hours? To be fair though, I don't think that I have ever heard I don't think that I ever heard the Pokemon be willing to be staying 30 turns and not getting captured. There is, I think, very few occasions that could be the case. Because there is either in some situations or some Pokemon just literally can't be running away from you. Like, it is literally impossible for them to be running away from you, and I just remembered that I forgot to be changing my box in Soul Silver, but anyways. It doesn't really matter that much. Also the prediction. which game will be getting a shiny, and after that, if we get a shiny, I'll be doing like, do we catch it or not one. Still Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Odds are 1 in 400, and so silver is 1 in 800. Sniper game is, you know, being affected by a charm. Those are the base odds for the games. And still, though, to be fair, odds they don't really mean anything, but they do be there. Oh, I've dropped bait. Nice. Just a Creveler like bait. The Creveler, I guess, likes the bait. Nice. Still hoping though for that Marrow. Marrow and Wooper are definitely, or Quagsire as well, are definitely. This is still probably one of the ones that I'm like more or less looking for in here today this year. There aren't really anything too special and they can be found in other games, but hey, it's still pretty cool. Also, hopefully today there isn't any technical difficulties with the internet. Hopefully. I think the only one that I haven't seen today is a Bidoof. I think I have been seeing everything else. So I did see an Azurill already, which is one of the 1% in here. I just remembered that the Psyduck would have been a 9% instead, and then just, you know, it would have been either Bidoof or a Azurill. But I could be mixing it up with other things. Because 9% isn't that unusual, to be fair as an odd. Especially if there is a 1% there somewhere. I just didn't remember that there were 2 1%s. Also, even though I don't need to, I most likely will be putting the 3DS to charge today. It should be fine for the day, but might as well, having it to be charging. Yeah, I did use the 3DS yesterday though as a pillow at night. As you know, one does. One of the most comfortable pillows of all time. No, another Azurill. I will say though that like one of the cool things, like if it is gonna be happening, is that I find it very nice if I can be finding something in Soul Silver. Like literally anything. To be fair, Soul Silver is one of those games that I will be though continuing on my own as well if I feel like it. So I shiny hunt there anyways. randomly in the middle of the night. Anime is showing up. Nice. I mean, I will say that I never mind that when a cooler Pokemon appears there. I will say though that there is a little bit of problem with the animes, like 3D model thing is that it's always moving. I mean, every single one of them is moving, but the anime moves like a lot. So it's kind of annoying to try to center. Because I didn't want to make it too small either. You know? So, you know, it is quite big there. Thankfully, there's absolutely nothing going on there, so doesn't matter. Also, I have now seen every single option that I can be having today. Guess there was also the Bidoof there, so that's nice. Being seeing everything. I will say that even though I don't really have a target in mind in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it is definitely like the ones that I really would like to be finding in there are Yanma and Carnivine. There's Pokemons like Kangaskhan that would be kind of cool to be finding here as well, but thankfully so far I haven't been in a situation where I would need to be making a difficult decision. But that's kind of nice to be having like someone that you would be prioritizing more than other ones. We did hit already 1k on the next phase for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. That's nice. I was thinking that maybe at the 1500 mark I would be going for inverted colors in Brilliant Diamond. Was thinking that. Because why not? Just thinking like there, I could be going indeed into inverted colors. Also, I think today I can be, I will be checking like what is about, like what I get an hour. I could have checked it yesterday, but for me it's easier to be checking from the first hour because it's a nice round number that you're on. So we'll see, we'll see. It is quite interesting to see that a bunch of people have been able to like recently be able to like finish hunts that have been either taking a lot of encounters or a lot of time. It's kind of funny that they happen all like during like summertime. Of course it doesn't really mean anything shiny hunting wise, it is just, you know, everyone's just getting lucky right now. Love to see it though. To see it though, indeed. I don't remember who it was. It was a relatively small creator though. And they were like hatching for shiny Eevees to be completing the evolution line. It did take them like quite a good amount of time. Sure, it was like, it wasn't like hunt, like they were doing it all the time. This is completely understandable, but still, odds unfortunately weren't in their favor in that situation. But then again, you know, happens. Happens indeed. I feel like one of the only places that I have not heard like people complaining that they have been looking for shinies in ages. That is, you know, good odds. Is the over wormholes. Because, you know, they're relatively quick to do, they are good odds. You know, I don't think it does take too long to be getting an encounter there. I mean, depends of course how far you want to be going in, because kind of how far you go will be always increasing your odds. I think there is like some limit, like after a certain amount that you've been going through, it doesn't do anything. But anyways, because there is better odds. I've always talked about Odd Egg. Odd Egg has good odds in Bristol, but the problem is that they take a long time to be hatching. Same it is with the shiny parent egg thing from, you know, Chenju. Yeah, odds are good, but the time you spend on one egg is insane. But as I said, it's still like, I will completely respect people that will be going for that. Because it is one of those things, even though I have a lot of patience in general, and like I don't mind like longer hunts myself. I don't mind facing, I don't mind anything really. Shiny hunting is still one of the best ways to be wasting time. So I really don't mind it. But at the same time, that would be like kind of a hunt that I probably wouldn't be able to do because it just takes too long. Even though I will be doing one odd egg hunt, at least. It is kind of tempting to be doing all odd egg hunts, in the sense that I would be getting, for example, 3 Igglybuffs, so I'll be getting all the evolutions as well, in that sense. Because I don't know. I don't know how many people would have been doing it. How did I throw a Pokeball? Don't capture, please. Thank you. Please. Thank you. There he goes. Half an hour is what it did take today to be throwing a Pokeball. And in the game that I don't know still how. I know how to do it, I guess. But yeah. It is, you know, a cool idea. Maybe it is a thing that I do one day. I will say though that I don't think that I will be doing though any Chenju egg hunting on its own. I need to be doing something else, otherwise I will be falling asleep. I will 100% be falling asleep if I will be if I would be doing, you know, that indeed. Wait, I can understand. Geodudes are not liking me today. Yesterday I accidentally caught 2 of them, and today, like, Both of them have been fleeing after I've been doing something for the first turn. Looking good if I find a shiny Geodude today and there then. Looking good. How funny it would be, because in Soul Silver it always says like, what will your player character throw? What if when you run away it says you threw yourself out? What will you be throwing? You ran away. It doesn't answer the question. I throw myself out. Silly things, silly things. Based on how things are going so far, it seems like I can be doing maybe 600 checks in an hour. Because this hour I did start a little bit later because the ads didn't start soon. I hate when you need to be like, I mean, even though the like countdown has to be going down, it needs to still be waiting until they actually start. Because, you know, I still want to be doing... I still want to be playing a lot. Even though it doesn't really matter that much that, you know, I need to be waiting like usually only a minute more, but still. It's more of the thing, you know, that... that, you know, things should be working in a certain way and they don't, then it bothers you. to be fair, I guess I'm kind of used to things not working the way that they're supposed to do, because it is quite a big part when you're programming, to be fair. Nothing is ever working in your favor. And then sometimes it just magically works and you're like, I don't even know what I did differently. I guess it's half the time the thing for me. I don't know what I'm doing differently, it just works now. Also, apparently there was a big oops, too long time ago that did happen here, that one of the, internet phone service providers, they like forgot, like they were having, devices that didn't, like, they were so old, I guess, that they didn't get a certain update as a security update, and all of those machines stopped working. Which is, like, I understand, safety things and everything, but at the same time, though, it's like I understand why it happens, there is the security thing, so, if there isn't, like, a good enough, like, update and in the security key, it's just, a risk thing, so they just remove it out of use, which, is completely understandable. So was certainly something. It was a big deal. It was a big deal indeed that things weren't working. I will say though, one thing, since I did get a marble sponge, I'm very disappointed in one thing, because it's probably a thing that not a lot of people know, because you can't really see it too often. It's such a shame that you can't be seeing like Maryl's tail when it's in the head view, like you're like encountering it, whatever my thing. Because actually Maryl's tail, it do be glowing. You just can't be seeing it because of how, the angle is with this. It really only glows when it's attacking or, doing its cry animation. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Brilliant Diamond File haven't been getting any shinies that have been above 10%. I mean, to be fair, there is only like Wooper and Barrel that are like that though. Most of them do be 10%. Most of them do be indeed. Also, one thing from like PDSP that I would be wishing it was from the original games as well, but anyways, from PDSP that I would have been hoping that would have been like going on of a thing is the poll capsules. I don't think that they necessarily need to be ball captures or anything like that, but some sort of like, you could be adding a special effect to the Pokeball, you know? Like, surely there is Pokeballs that already do that, like Luxury Ball, or Bead Ball, like, there is Pokeballs that do be doing a special effect and everything. But I would just be wishing that you could be adding, you know, special ones as well. I understand that they did want to be removing certain things that they did add in Gen 4. You know, it is understandable. They did remove the ball captures because they had the letters. They reintroduced them in BDSP, but they, you know, they just don't have the letters, so, you know. You can be, you know, saying nasty things with it, for example. Same what was with Shadow, then, you know, its signature attack chatter that they needed to be removing the recording factor for the same reason. Both like cool features, but yeah, I understand that they needed to be removed. I mean, at least I will say that much, that it's nice when games like actually just delete things and like acknowledge things and delete things that are or can be like used in the wrong way. Unlike some games that they don't either do anything or they do kind of a terrible fix and just roll with that forever. Because if I remember correctly, there is in Minecraft right now in the... is it the Bedrock version or whatever it is? There is a bug right now, they wanted to be adding, like, or having the hardcore, like, as a option there, but they couldn't be doing it because you could be randomly just dying. And they can be fixing it somehow. I understand that, you know, code can be complicated and everything, but how? Still how? Yeah. And apparently right now you can be just randomly dying in Minecraft when you're creating the world and the world spawn could be switching. Interesting. Well, one can always be hoping that they will be fixed soon, right? One can always be hoping that. I don't think that Brilliant Diamond has found yet, Bidoof. Now that I take a look, it's gonna be at least I can do 500 in an hour. I think it's gonna be like in actuality maybe like 5.5. But 500 in an hour isn't too bad. But we're getting 500 in an hour. If I would normally do, 6-hour streams, it would be nice. Nice, 3K if I can math. Something's up with my encounter. I'm pretty sure it's this. Wait a second, math doesn't be working like that. I was like, I can be having an odd number in the total amount if all of like both of the ones are even. It's not how math works. I know that a lot of people do it that way. That they don't really have like actively the like overall counter. People usually just add them up later, which you know is fair enough. It'd be fair enough indeed. But yeah, in about 4 minutes or so, we're gonna be having a break then. It's the usual around 3 minutes of ads. So, you know, as usual, I'll be also be stopping the hunting for that time as well. I will say though that I think, even though, you know, I do be absolutely loving Switch in every shape and form ever, but I still think that, like, if we specifically talk about handheld consoles, because Switch is both a home and a handheld console, as a handheld console I will probably be always preferring DS. First of all, it's like nice and small and usually doesn't weigh that much, and you know you can easily be using one hand mode with it as well. And also because, like, for whatever reason, still I will always be absolutely questioning it, why doesn't Switch use more of the touchscreen that it has? Like, surely it has some usage, but not that much. Yeah, surely there is games that only use it as well, but I think in general it's not used it as much. So it kind of feels odd to even have each. I will also say though that because Switch is indeed also a home console, that I think every single like touchscreen thing should be either optional or not necessary to be doing. I guess option that you can be doing it with a touchscreen. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are quite good examples of that because they do be having both. They do be having like the gym badge polishing thing that is, you know, it's completely optional, you don't need to do it. But it is touchscreen only. And then there is the Grand Underground when you're digging the walls that you can be doing it with touchscreen as well. As I said, I've always felt like that Switch just doesn't use the touchscreen as much as it should be. I'll probably forever be thinking that way. Actually, I also understand that touchscreen is kind of a thing that one would be expecting nowadays to be having with pretty much anything that has a screen. But I don't think that that's an excuse to be having it and not using it as much. I'm gonna do one more encounter in the games and then I'll stop it there. Nice break indeed. I'll be going soon then. Let's continue. Let's continue indeed. Yeah, because I was looking at, you know, things as one does. And you know, I've been talking about like some people do be streaming that they are automatically hunting Pokemons. There's a bunch of different ways to be doing it. Also 2 1% at the same time, excuse me. Nice. But yeah, it's interesting to see indeed. I guess there's indeed a bunch of ways to be making it, either like have a specific program that does it, or I guess you could be doing it yourself as well, like if you want to be doing automatic hunting. Like, especially if you're doing it in like old games, it's pretty easy, you know, have a program just, you know, runs around in circles until it finds, you know, a a Pokemon, and then, you know, checks his shyness. Excuse me, I know I got the other way around the 1%. Okay, sure. And they were all the times generous as well. Anyways. Because it could be set up in, like, for a bunch of different things, like a program that just like checks for certain colors. Like, I think that you could be doing like you would be having a way of checking like what Pokemon it is and checking out like, does it like be the regular or shiny color, and then, you know, stop hunting. Yeah, I have never ever seen before there to be a stream that someone is streaming doing it in Fire Red. I've only ever seen to be used in Switch games, which is kind of strange. Because I feel like Switch games are one of the harder ones to be doing it for. Especially considering the thing that... you know... there's only 2 Switch main series games that are random encounter based. Every single other one is in the overworld. What? Because technically I could be doing like an auto encounter as well if I would really want to be doing. Because all it needs is like a program that checks like what text is on the screen and then adds, you know, a counter of Y1, you know. Because that is what a bunch of people use. I kind of get it, but at the same time I don't really mind it, considering the thing that there is, well, for me always time to be like adding one or like clicking a button, you know. I've always time to be adding you know, to the encounter indeed. There's always gonna be a little bit of spare time. There's always a little bit of spare time indeed. But I guess if you want to be as efficient as possible. I mean, I will say one thing that auto counter does do is that it removes the fact that you can't be forgetting to be adding things, or you can't really be double adding as well. There's few situations where you could be the program could be adding more than one, but there's easy ways around it, to be fair. But then again, to be fair, I do be liking to be old school and, you know, do things manually. Some things that I will say that I let like a machine or some way automatic function to be doing, to be fair, but most of the time manual for me isn't too bad. For example, I don't really want to be going back to washing dishes. I'd rather be having a machine do that for me. One thing that I will say, that even though I know that it was a big thing in here, at least for like quite some time still, that I have never done, and it's, you know, it's cleaning your clothes by hand. I kind of used to do that, but it was more that I just let like it's like the clothes soak in some sort of a liquid for a certain amount of time than anything else. I didn't like actually wash it. Then I did like throw it to the machine and let the machine be cleaning it. And I will say that I don't know where it did come from for me, but I have been kind of always, well, I guess as long as I can remember, I have been afraid of the washing machines that I feel from the top. I don't know why, really. I guess it could be because my grandma used to be having one, and that was the first time that I have ever seen one. And you know, grandparents' house, they are always kind of scary places in their own way, because usually grandmas and grandparents' house, they are quite old and kind of big as well, because at least in here we used to be having a lot larger like family sizes than we do have now. So, you know, they kind of needed to be having a bigger house. And also, like, more of the time, you know, kids used to be like same-ish age. Unlike with, for example, like with my siblings, there's like 4-year difference. Then again, you know, it is different. Mhm. I just thought of a thing that there's sort of a thing that Pokemon games need to be having at some point, since I'm the that type of person. And we need to be having a Pokemon game where you don't need to be having a bag of sorts. You know, just carrying everything in your pockets. Because I'm definitely the type of person indeed. I don't usually have bags around. Like, I did use them in school and everything, but ever since then, not really. And again, it's not like I carry too many things anyways. Like, most of the time what I carry is a wallet, keys, and phone. So I will say that I will personally probably never understand why it is that, you know, a woman's pouch, purse, whatever my thing, is filled to the brim. Probably never will be understanding that myself. I think the only times I really would be having a backpack is when, you know, we need to be having something like a laptop, but in that case I might be, if I don't need to be getting, like, having anything else, I might be having just a laptop case in that case. I just thought of a funny mega that we could be getting. The barrel be getting a mega and it's just a barrel. Maybe. It do be a barrel. Then indeed. Silly things. Why wouldn't you be wanting a bee barrel? I still will say that if we do be getting megas, so one thing that I have been wanting a long time is like a swamp monster one. Either as a Pokemon or something. I feel like there would be quite a good amount of potential for like a mega that could be just like, you know, covered in swamp. Basically. I guess it could technically also be like a low charge regional variant now that I think about it. Because, you know, there is, if you ask me, because I very well know things, as one does, is that from what I have noticed that there's quite a bit difference from lily pads that are, you know, in lakes and stuff like that that are in like swamps. So maybe, you know, it could be like Loja could be getting a regional variant where it is more like swamp-like. It could be getting a poison type. More because sometimes swamps do be smelling quite bad. And I guess another way to look at why poison type as well is because I wanted something to be like having it as a type that would be like making it dangerous, because, you know, swamps, even when you're like walking on land, are quite unpredictable at times. So, yeah. Maybe it could. But then again, I feel like even though it hasn't been done all the time, I feel like if Lodad is gonna be getting something, Seedot should be getting as well. There is the cases that Rufflet did get a regional evolution and Mandibuzz didn't. I mean, surely it was the case that, you know, Mandibuzz wasn't in the games, but you know, it's kind of hard to be... It's kind of hard to be making ones that are like almost always regional variant, whereas an exclusive not to be giving them that treatment, you know. It is the thing that, for example, why I think like something like Nidoking and Nidoqueen are never gonna be getting regional variants, because, you know, if you give one to one, you need to be getting it to the other. And I want them to be kind of different if they would be getting regional variants as well, like not be the same types and everything. But also they need to be making sense, so, you know, they could be related. Hmm. I'm just thinking that how like well would a pinball game be working on Switch, because I think it could be working quite well. Because, you know, we do be having, you know, ZL, ZR buttons. We do be like, we could be using motion controls. Because for some reason I've been thinking of pinball games lately. And I'm still upset that I don't remember the name of the pinball game that we used to be having in our old family computer. And I remember playing it a lot. I mean, I didn't understand how I was just spamming buttons, but pinball is probably one of the few, I guess, like arcade games. Be an arcade game. Google usually tells me a lot of things. Okay. It's an arcade game. Yeah, I guess it's one of the only arcade games that I've ever played, because I don't really know the places that I used to like grew up in. Did they ever like have like arcades? Because as I said, I did live in a relatively small place that still is not too up to date with things. And people in like that area are kind of scared of technology as well. Like, I mean, most of them do be using it and everything, but but they don't really like to be using it too much. Be fixing my encounter soon. But yeah, it is one of the only ones that I ever played. Like, I don't think that I have personally ever played in those big arcade machines. So I don't know if I have really seen one. I haven't seen more like around here in the bigger city, like nearby. Also, I think I know where I did go wrong. That should be like, no. Wrong one. I need to be adding that and then remove that. Math. Yes, no, it's correct. I think. I mean, at least the numbers are adding up. I don't know, like, what else. Yep. It's a place that I like used to live up with when I was a kid or a young kid. Is that what I remember from the place, that there was libraries, bunch of parks, and a movie theater as like, you know, teens spots. I don't think that there still is like really a mall of kind in there. I don't think that there is mall of kind there indeed. Catch that up, because it is quite common in like smaller places in here to be having, I know there is a mall there nowadays, but it's not like easy to be accessing when you're walking. I don't know how much of a attraction it is for like teens, but it is quite normal for like smaller places to be having like shopping centers, in a way that there is just a bunch of like different buildings for the like different shops and whatnots. I guess that's kind of like what we have right now in here. I don't know if it's common anywhere else, but in here, like, it is also quite common that especially the bigger grocery stores, they have like smaller stores in them. For example, the big store that we are going in, almost like every time that we go to a store, like it has like a place that you can be buying glasses and get your vision checked. You have a place, like you have a pet store, and usually one or two like either phone or internet like provider places. Usually in here it's both at the same time, so like most of the time if the place is offering you internet, it's gonna be also giving you like you can be getting, you know, a phone service from there and the other way around. There is few ones in here that don't do both, but you know, the 3 bigger ones, they all do be doing it like that. But yeah. Yeah, it's quite normal indeed for like bigger stores indeed in here to be having smaller stores inside them. Even sometimes like small stores, they do at least be having like postal service. Either at the same place where, you know, the cash registers are, or like close by, but on their own. Because we don't really like, we rarely do be having like places that would be slowly like for like package receiving, because it's just, you know, makes more sense to just put them into the stores, because why not? And also I will say that we used to have like few places that would be only for literally like package receiving and everything like that. And those were open like even worse. Like in here, most of the time, like a regular job is from like ends at 4 p.m. It's, you know, the normal regular job I told about, like 9 to 5. Like for us, it's, you know, stopping at 8. It's starting at 8 and stopping at 4 p.m. But yeah, those places might be either closing at, you know, it might be either closing at the at like 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. So, you know, if you were working, you don't really have time, and they were very horribly open during the weekends. And the problem is that you usually have only like 2 weeks to like claim your package anyway, so if you didn't have time, then, you know, it's kind of goodbye to that package then, unfortunately. So it's a lot better that they are nowadays in stores. So they are open as long as that store is open, which is most of the time at least to 9 p.m. Weekends may vary, but usually they are at 10 p.m. closest. So, you know, you have plenty of time. Same it is in here that we have like fresh fish, fresh meat like section in stores. Those are open kind of horribly for a person that is, you know, working. Because they might be closed on Saturday, Sunday. And like when they are open on the weekdays, they are only until 6 p.m. and if you're working, you only have a few hours to be doing it. Hello, princess, how are you doing? Nice. Okay, is good. Are you up to anything interesting? Oh, nice. Is it just, you know, a regular Nuzlocke or is it like type Nuzlocke? How is it going? Has there been issues? Nice. How far in are you in there? Well, yeah, indeed, good luck with the Nuzlocke then. They can sometimes be a pain. Well, they can be. I have not yet done one myself, but maybe one day. They're not really my thing still. Maybe one day. The problem is, though, with the Nuzlocke idea, I don't really know what game I would be doing it in because I don't want it to be too hard, but I don't want it to be too easy either. I think if I would be doing a one, I probably would be doing it after or Generation 4 or after that, just because I don't want to be remembering the physical special things. I mostly know them, but at the same time, I don't really want to remember them. Also now, since we have been actually using our new oven, it's working very nice. The only real complaint about it is that since the buttons are so big, that it's very hard to be seeing like what is the temperature in the oven, like the bottom side of them. But like that's like basically the only issue. Like surely we can be seeing like, because our like oven or stove top goes up to 6. Like 6 is the max. That, you know, in those it just clicks like whenever it's like in, you know, one of them, so it's pretty easy to be knowing it without seeing it, like what number it's on. But apart from that, you know, not too bad. Working quite nicely indeed. You know, it actually warms up. And you know, it's pretty fast because the last one, even before it did break, the oven didn't get like keep the heat in. It did like put quite a good amount of the heat like outside. Then again, it was old and kind of broken before that as well, before it actually did break down. I said we couldn't be closing the oven door anymore. Or we could, but we then would be needing to be having battle of a lifetime to be getting it open again. So, not working. But to be getting a new one, definitely. And that one also because, as I said, there is a 20-year difference, more or less, so it's gonna be overall a lot easier to be keeping cleaning, like keeping cleaned. First of all, because it doesn't have, like, the years and years of buildage of, you know, that, you know, it has been used things. But, and also the thing that, you know, things have been improving, and like the coating that like helps the both the oven and the stove to be like, or making it less likely to be messy, hard to be like that you're making a big mess that you can be cleaning. That coating is like lasting longer. You know, that's nice. I'm just hoping, because we have been using the oven a lot, that soon it stops smelting. Soon it would be stopping smelling bad. Also, time to go inverted for funsies. For some time. Where is inverted? Is it probably... There it is. Where do you see purple? Purple everywhere. Hello there, blue duck. It's not actually blue. It would be yellow. Yeah, I don't know how long I'll be going inverted, but sometime. I mean, I will at least at that point be switching back to regular colors if I will be finding a shiny. But, you know, if I don't know how long. I was thinking at least to 2k. I'll be going with the inverted. Definitely gonna be hitting today the halfway mark. The odds in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Let's see again, inverted shiny Budio. Maybe, maybe. Could be, could be. Though always with inverted, I don't know if I will be able to tell that one is shiny or not before it sparkles. I mean, with all the logic in the world, Marill should be turning into purple because the shiny is green and grass turns to purple. You know, with all the logics in the world, that would be the case indeed. I think with Wooper and Quaxar it should be also like kind of easy-ish to tell as well, because, you know, their mouths to be pink, so I guess if their mouth and the color is the same. But yeah, soon another hour has passed, so that's pretty nice. Pretty nice indeed. Anyways, usual. Little buddy. I will say though one thing. If the Shining Pearl again finds something, I'm wondering what is the what is Brilliant Diamond cooking? I mean, to be fair, the last shiny that it did get from Safari or the Great Marsh was the 1% Bidoof. So, you know, I'll give it that much. That's fair enough that it doesn't really get anything that quickly, but still. It's gonna be more worrying when we do be hitting... When we do be hitting the third one. Shining Pearl before Brilliant Diamond, though. You gotta wonder. Would they be cooking though? Something cool in Brilliant Diamond again? As I said jokingly, another 1% Bidoof today. I mean, to be fair, the rarest thing technically that I could be finding in Great Marsh is a 1% Azurill that is male. Because male Azurill is rarer than female one because they're kind of weird gender ratio. The reason why, you know, Azurill could be changing gender sometimes before it was fixed. It was fixed pretty quickly. I think next generation it was fixed. That's nice. But indeed, soon, in about 2 minutes that is, it's gonna be another 3-minute break indeed. Be like that indeed. You know, get something to drink, something to eat, take a break any shape or form. Would be suggested indeed. Especially if you have been here since the beginning and you haven't taken any breaks. It has been 2 hours. Certainly you look strange. Oh no. Or Starly. Oh, you're getting a bunch of blue dogs. Getting a bunch of blue dogs indeed. I will say that inverted makes every single one of every character that has like black eyes to be looking like black people, specifically be making them look very scary. Starly being one of them as well. I'm gonna do one more. Then we'll leave it in here, waiting the break to be over indeed. let's put that thing to George then. There we go, nice. Yeah, we'll be getting going soon then. Getting going soon indeed. It is kind of nice though, like how low level you can be in this game in order to be defeating, you know, everything. Like my Pokemons are what, level 66 or something like that. I can see why a legendary would be an annoying one to be capturing. Do you even have access to Ultra Balls? Yeah. Oh, you found a way to be paralyzing it. I was about to ask, can you put it to sleep at least to be giving you a fighting chance? Yeah. Watch when you reset, you find a shiny one and you'll be doing everything in your way to be catching it. But yeah. Early gen legendary captures are a pain. They do be indeed. There is unfortunately nothing too new because early gens be early gens. I mean, at least I will say that on Gen 3 you'll be getting the funny thing of funness, aka Ultra Balls are actually better than Great Balls. I think. Because I remember that on Gen 1 it was the thing that, like, Great Balls were technically better than Ultra Balls because of whatever reason. It was something to be like doing with like putting Ichu having like a status effect or something like that. Like that, like somehow messed up things with it. It is so strange, but understandable, like, where they did put Moltres in Fire Red Leaf Green. Because it is kind of odd, why is into Victory Road in the first place, like, actually? It is kind of annoying that in Fire Red Leaf Green you'll be like taking forever to be getting access to them anyways. So, you know, it is what it is, I suppose. It's just a little annoying. But yeah, the question is that why would the fire one be in a place where there is a bunch of rock types? But the fire flying one being in the place where there is a bunch of rock types. Pretty sure like Onyx lives there, and Onyx usually likes to be using like Rock Slide or something like that. I mean, surely it is a legendary Pokemon, so I don't know how much wild Pokemon are afraid of it, but still. Oh. Well, that's new that I didn't do. And encountering both Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl at the same time. Doesn't thankfully matter at all. Just interesting. I will still say it though. Orange does fit Marul quite well. Orange does fit it quite well indeed. Then again, that is kind of what happens when you're based around an object that can be a bunch of different colors. Because, you know, Meryl do be based on a beach ball, partially. And they do be coming in quite a good variety of colors. Oh yeah, probably one of the weirdest things that, like, that I have realized recently that is a version exclusive thing is that apparently Quillfish and Remoraid are version exclusives in Fire Red Leaf Green. It's so strange. I'm gonna check, but I'm pretty sure that they are. It's just such an odd one to be having as, like... I just realized that I don't know how to be spelling Quillfish. Octurnal Remoraid. Available in Leaf Green. We go the Quillfish that I apparently don't know how to be typing. Oh, that's a reason. Let's see, Quillfish. Yeah, it is. It's just a strange one to be having as version exclusives. Especially because at the time Quillfish didn't have an evolution. I mean, I get it that, you know, they are both fishing and not like every single version exclusive is treated equally. But still, it's... like, why? I guess, like, in, like, if you, like, actually look at them more, it is making more sense because they both are, you know, obtained fishing in the same area, so, you know, fair enough. It's just a little strange for them to be version exclusives. Alright, what it do be? I mean, they did to make a Delibird version exclusive. Out of all Pokemons, Delibird. I gotta love the weird version exclusive things. Going yet again, by the way, back there. In the winter, be going for Delibird slash Chinks. And Soul Silver. Chinks is definitely the one that I want there the most. Do be indeed. Cause I don't understand why people honestly hate Chinks. And it's shiny. It's shiny specifically, I don't understand why people don't like it. I mean, it's not like it's the most like different, I get it, but I mean, it's not like it's bad in my opinion at least. I mean, I will say that at least you can be telling the difference, unlike with certain other ones. I guess I personally at least like Chinks shiny quite a bit. It is very nice looking. Definitely preferring it over its regular colors. I will say one thing though that would have been nice that they would have been adding is a little bit of like icy blue. That is a idea that I'm like okay with. That could have been a good one. Nice. You good? The bird. Yeah. I don't think that there is easy way to be getting money in that game, right? At least before, you know, you get access to Sevi Islands. Since Sevi Islands, there's things that are selling for quite a good amount of money. Yeah. I also remember that people are complaining in Fire Red Leaf Green, like, why is it so hard to be getting access to Mewtwo? Which is, you know, fair enough, like, why would you need to be... Why would you need to be, you know, be doing the Sevi Island things first in order to be getting access to it? Just doesn't make sense. But it is kind of like out of the way though, like why is the Sevi Islands required? I guess this just doesn't make sense. But anyways. It is like Sevi Islands, they aren't bad, but it's just Why are they required? And also, why doesn't the dudes, like, if you're like playing the game blind, don't know anything about anything, the dude in front of the cave just says that achieve a great achievement or something like that. It's just this odd. But anyways, old games be old games. Yeah, I remember the first time that I tried to be getting into the T-Brocket hideout. It was interesting. I don't even remember how I did actually get there. I just remember that I did get there. What Silphco thing? Like how to be getting into a certain place? Question mark. Yeah. It has... Yeah, cute, yeah. I did at some point remember it very well where it was. I don't remember it anymore. It is still so strange. Why does a gym require you to be getting a mansion key, though? Like, are they locked in or what's going on? Yeah. Take your time. But I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for, get something. And if you're hunting, you know, in any of the Safari games, I really hope that you can be getting whatever decides to be shining. If I remember correctly from last year, it was usually the case when Yanma was the daily Pokemon that it was one of the ones that didn't really want to show up. It's most likely down, down to luck, of course, but it's quite funny that it was quite often the one that was very well hiding indeed. But then again, Yanma is still quite well known for hiding and stuff, so makes sense. We'll be continuing it. I still think there is only one Pokemon that I'm really upset that isn't in Diamond and Pearl / PDSP Great Marsh, and I'm pretty sure that it's only in Platinum that you get Tropius. Check it out. So I know that it's a possibility. It's only in Platinum. There's also Changela there in Platinum. Apparently Quagsire is one of them. Kind of disappointing. I'm not too upset about Changela, but it would be nice though. Tropius is definitely one that it's a little sad that it's not in the Diamond and Pearl and PDSP indeed. It's only in Platinum, so if you want to be going for Tropius, you need to be in the Great Marsh, you need to be going specifically for Platinum. I find it very interesting though that I was looking at the Stark Mountain, aka basically the end of the post game thing, where you can be fighting Heatran, I think. It's kind of weird that, like, of course, mostly in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, there. In most of the places, at least, there is like something that you can be getting only exclusively from the GBA slot on the original DS. But it's interesting that Magby is the one in Stark Mountain. Very interesting, getting a baby Pokemon. That's quite literally the end of the game. Because I feel like, for me at least, I guess it was depending on how did you play the game, of course. But the, Stark Mountain was the last location that I ever went to. I think that indeed. But most definitely the reason why Safari Ball is looking the way that it is. Because the 3 rare Kanto ones are kind of greenish when they're shiny. Definitely the reason. Kangaskhan is the only one that is really stretching the thing for sure. And depending on what game it is in, it's kind of greenish. In some games it's more like a gray, for sure. In some other games it's more having like a nice green hue. Like more like invisible one. It has always had a green hue though, I think, in every game. And actually check out. Like go to here, like it's gone somewhere. So apparently in Platinum we can be also finding Kecleon in here. Interesting, interesting. In Gen 2 games it definitely has like a green hedge. Same with Gen 3. Well, welcome back. Kangaskhan always has a green head, so technically a green shiny. Welcome back indeed. What are you going next in your leaf green? What's next task to be doing? Yeah, that sounds about right. That planes levels would be like that. Kanto is one of the games that, you know, you need to be having like relatively high level Pokemons. It makes sense. And also, I guess it's quite one that doesn't care about the attack drops either. So that's nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's so nice when in some games you get like versus secrets or whatever things that, you know, will be helping out with, well, whatever you want to be getting help out with, like early. Some games you need to wait a ridiculous long amount of time to be getting them. Nice. Starmie kind of makes sense to be a special attacker anyways. I remember that at least on Gen 1, like if you were trying to be defeating Starmie with special attacks, you were kind of out of luck. Was tank. Ghost moves are physical in Gen 3. Like, even though it doesn't make any sense, but it is the way that it is. Yeah. But kind of an easy way to remember which moves are special and which ones are physical is that all the EV types plus dragon is special, everything else is physical. And that seems like quite a nice, like, as a person that doesn't know really how to be battling too well, that doesn't sound too bad. Doesn't sound too bad indeed, because all of those moves are special plus recover. Yeah, that is the reason why Starmie honestly was so hard to be defeating on Gen 1. Because all of its weaknesses apart from Ghost, they were special and its special stat is ridiculously high. And Ghost, you couldn't be getting really a Ghost move at that point. Because I'm pretty sure the only Ghost move on Gen 1 was Lake anyways. Or something like that. Yeah, poison is physical, it is strange. As I said, easy to be remembering is that Evolutions plus Dragon are all the special types, everything else is physical. Yeah, that's why, like, poison type Pokemon kind of were bad on, like, before Gen 4. Because, like, let's say, like, Roselia, Gloom, Vileplume. What are they gonna be doing with that poison? Nothing. It's annoying, but it is what it is. I think water types didn't get that hit as, like, badly. Because all the water poison types that were before Gen 3 that I can think of are physical attackers. I mean, water was special then, so you know they couldn't be using water moves. It's kind of also a reason why Koga actually landed, I think, but that's why Koga was so bad before the physical special split. I mean, of course, like coughing, wheezing, they do be tanky, but and you know they go boom most of the time, anyways. Like all the Pokemon that I think of that are like, especially nowadays, more of a special attackers. Yeah, now that I actually think about it, because most Pokemon they don't have balance like attack and special attack. Usually one is quite a bit higher than the other. Every single Pokemon that did have, like from Gen 1 to Gen 3, they did have like one type to be physical, one type to be special, one type to be physical. They were kind of bad because they could only ever be getting use of one. I mean, then again, it did like make some Pokemon to be more viable, like Gardevoir Gardevoir was more like reliable because it could be learning like elemental things, so could be getting quite a nice use of that special. That's why Alakazam was like in some places so broken, because it can be learning in some games the elemental punches, and since you know they were special, it did get quite a good use out of them. Well, that's pretty nice. I will say though that I personally do be preferring that I can be seeing like is the move special or physical. Because I'm always have been like used to that. Because I remember when I like did first play through like some Pokemon games and I didn't know about like what was the difference between special and physical attack. Because like there didn't seem to be any difference in the summary screen. Hello, Tyson Time, how are you doing? I can. Tyson? I don't know. Still. How are you doing indeed? Oh, you have like a whole week off? Nice. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Nothing too bad going on today. Even with my early wake up. Like 1 hour earlier than usual, you know, very early. I said it Tyson time. I don't know. In Finnish, the letter C can be either said as an S or a K. So, yeah. I guess we don't even use C that often in Finnish. One of the letters that is basically never used. Same it is still with B and X. Z as well. G is also rarely seen, and F. I did find a shiny already yesterday, so maybe today another one before I'm gonna be going in like an hour-ish. We're gonna be having soon a break though. Nice. Thanks for the lugs, and I don't know, hopefully the game is enjoyable to watch. I don't personally be watching too much sport. Never really have been my thing. Ice hockey every once in a while and watching fast cars go vroom. AKA Formula 1. I'll do a few more checks then. Gonna be having a break indeed. I think I can squish in one more after this. We leave it there for more or less 3 minutes. AK until ads are over. I shall hydrate, and I'm also eating right now. Be getting going soon then. Sets are about to be over. Yeah, let's run away then. Nice. But I wasn't too sure what to do yesterday, serious that someone is actually using my layout. I mean, to be fair, I don't really care if someone is using it, but would it be nice to still be getting asked first? Because I don't mind it, like, if someone is using my layout. It's nothing too crazy anyways. Yesterday someone was saying that someone was using the same layout as I am using. I don't know if they were serious about it yesterday or not. Because it's not like I have, like, I'm not that big of a streamer in the like at all. And from what I understood, it was from an A drives. It was from A drive server. Someone was using the same layout, and I'm not even there myself. So either someone is claiming that they have found a shiny that they haven't actually found, Or someone is actually using the same layout as I am. But yeah. To be fair, I don't really care. It's just gonna be a little bit hard to be getting the layout to be working correctly. If you like, it's not easy if you just want to be getting the layout from like a stream. Try to be making it work for you. It's not that hard, but it is still. I mean, I can see like someone be using Simulator 1 because a bunch of Safari layouts look the same. But if someone is using, someone is using. I don't really care. Because I will say that much that I'm not in on a Drive's Discord server. Even though I was asked about it. Don't really watch him as well. How did I throw a Pokeball in one game but not the other? Oh no! The regular Wooper fled. Anyways. Oh no. Bunch of people have been hunting slash getting Tebik recently. Like there was like 2 that I did know that did get them like not even day apart from one another. It was kind of crazy. I hope you get it soon then. I don't remember, is Black 2 resets bad or are they? Or are they okay? I mean, you can be sending links in the chat. If you want to send it, you need to be going to the Discord and share it there. Oh no! Geodude didn't like the thing. Fate was bad, I guess. Since it did run away after throwing bait at it. Very sad, very sad. There is in the community, under the community like thing, there is media. You could be sending it there, for example. There's also Pokemon media channel as well if you want to send it there, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, come on. Does the Graveler like the... No, the Graveler doesn't like the bait either. What have they done to the bait this morning? Pokemon don't like it. I'll watch it later. I'm gonna be watching it right now. I'm gonna be hunting. What seems interesting? Yeah. Can happen. Be facing on starter hunts. In most games at least you can be facing. Nice. I'm gonna soon be seeing some dogs. Like soon, like today. We don't have dogs. I wouldn't mind to be getting one, I just don't want to be getting one into an apartment building myself, so... wants to be getting out of here, then you know, maybe we can think about it. Depends on where you move, of course. It's gonna be another apartment building. I don't really want to be having a dog. A bunch of reasons. Mainly I just don't like the idea that dog is in an apartment because there's a lot of sounds happening and dogs, they can sometimes be reacting to them. Also, I don't like the idea that I will need to be going down the stairs in the middle of the night as well and waking up everyone. Nice. I remember when I was a kid, everyone wanted a Chihuahua. I don't know why everyone wanted it. Like, everyone was like, every single one wanted one. Like, why specifically that? Why, like, why not another dog breed? And I guess it could have been that, you know, it's a small dog. One reason. The other reason could have been that maybe some celebrity just did get a Chihuahua and everyone wanted it because of it. I will say that I don't think that I personally ever want to be getting anything smaller than a cat. Because if I'm already sometimes almost stripping down because there is a small cat that I can be seeing, can be imagining having a smaller than a cat. Thankfully, she doesn't really care too much. She knows that when she's too close, she's gonna be, you know, most likely getting hurt a little bit. She likes to be like right behind our like backs or legs specifically, and then, you know, things happen. It'll soon be returning back to regular colors. That soon. I'm very much appreciating these blue Yanmas. Like the blue ducks as well. But they are, you know, color that they are because of inverted colors. Appreciating them nonetheless. I will still say though, one thing that is a little unfortunate for me is that since I remember quite well like what happens in games, in movies, whatever things, it's hard to me like replay them, rewatch them. Like it literally needs to be years in between that I will be forgetting things. And sometimes even that doesn't work. I mean, sometimes it's nice, of course, to be playing through a game that you already know ins and outs of, but sometimes you would be like to be going a little bit more blind. But I'm the type of person that I remember them quite well. Talk about it before that. It's unfortunate at times. Let's say that there is a very cool story-based game that would like to replay it, but you still remember the story. And for me, I can be really enjoying a game if I know the story too well. Oh no. Now I have thrown a Pokeball in every single game. Nice. Now I can be getting definitely a shiny. I mean, yesterday the shiny did happen in a game that I did throw accidentally a Pokeball. To a Pip-Barrel, I think, as well. And then I got a shiny Pip-Barrel. Does this mean that I'm gonna be getting a shiny Marill and catch it? Maybe. it's fine. Life is what it is. Things happen indeed. Thankfully, haven't had that problem in years. Someone barging randomly into the room. Thankfully, my parents were quite fine with us having like doors closed. So I don't know if I could have been able to live in a situation where I would need to always be having my door opened. I don't really understand it as well because, you know, why couldn't your kid be having some privacy? I feel like it's those parents that do, like, don't let their kids be having closed doors. They have definitely trust issues. Which is another thing that I have never really understood. Like, in both ways, that thing, because, like, why would you be telling your parents things? And... no, why wouldn't the parent be listening? I mean, surely these, like, there is certain things that, I didn't say to my parents. It wasn't like I was hiding them. I just was like, I don't think that they need to be knowing this situation more. I mean, most likely if they would be asking about it, then I would be saying something, but never asked. I don't also think that my parents ever accused me of things that I didn't do as well. It's another thing that I unfortunately hear a lot about. But you know, parents, they do be different. And I will also say that even though people say it, I don't think that there is a perfect parent. Because I don't think that there is a perfect person. You know, we all have our flaws somewhere. It's just this how things are. I don't know if I would be liking if, you know, people would be perfect. I don't think that I would be personally liking it. It goes kind of the same thing to me that I don't like to be having having the same things that I do every single day. I just would be finding it too boring. Imagine double encounters in Great Marsh. Or in any safari zone. That could be interesting. It is still a thing that I would be really wishing that could be a thing nowadays as well, in like games that you'll be doing random encounters. That you could be having double encounters. Like surely in remakes there is, but I don't know. I think that there could have been a place that they could have been fitting to be double encounter in Sword and Shield as well. I like them. And there is, you know, double encounters. There we go. Counters are also fixed now. Really wanted encounter a few times I see. Now they're back to being correct. There would need to be a question that do you really want to be throwing bait or rock or mud thing? Really should be. It's quite interesting though that how do you have an infinite amount of them? Especially when it comes down to like bait. Like how do you have enough of them indeed? Who is making them? Who do be making them, you know? Why do you have almost an unlimited amount of them? Because Pokeblocks I can kind of understand. Because, you know, like you're making them or something. It's not like in any other place you would be making them. And also, why isn't there different kinds of baits for different kinds of Pokemons? What could the baits be made out of? So every Pokemon likes them. I guess like berries. Every Pokemon more or less eats berries. That's what Pokeblocks are made out of, at least. Easy. Easy, my friend. Little buddy. Third week. Be going back to that at some point. In the ground underground. Did get one soul rock from there already. So but to be getting maybe some more. Possible at least, if nothing else. At least I have my very good friend with me. I think it's called Noboof in this game. But basically a damn Pokemon anyways. Damn Pokemon anyways. So it's quite a good amount of Pokemons that can go. Boof indeed. The Grand Underground because they're so high level and quite a good amount of them learn like self-destruct, explosion, Like in very low levels, or very high levels, I mean. So yeah. Better to, you know, keep it handy. I mean, this is one of the Pokemons that you always should be keeping with you anyways. You never know when that Pokemon will be used. It's a critical capture, I'm gonna be catching a Wooper. Cool. No. I'm gonna be capturing a Wooper with a critical capture. I see. To be fair, I will be restarting the games if I don't find anything, so it's not gonna be captured anymore. Gonna be saving money as much as I can. Don't know why again it happened. Want to get encounters. This Switch is cranky because it hasn't been used in ages and now I'm using it a lot. Doubt it, but could be, could be. So, one thing real quickly. Okay. Here we go. I remember one of the things that, like, another thing that reason why I kind of think that Chihuahuas might have been popular when I was a kid was because the My Little Pet Shop or whatever my thing, it was pretty popular at the time, and as it is with most of like kid things, for whatever reason the head is always huge. Like, body is small, but the head is like absolutely enormous. Again, I don't really know. It is one of the things, though, that it is so weird, like how some things can be still popular, like when you're like very much a grown up. Like from the things that you were like a kid. For example, for me, like some things are like 20-ish years old things, like how they're still a thing. I will still say probably like one of the biggest things that I was into when I was a kid was, are they called Pakistans on English as well? But I was very much into those, and I was very upset when, you know, they were discontinued. Or at least they weren't sold in here anymore. I was very upset about that. I like to play with them. It's very sad that they did get discontinued indeed. I mean, something like Beyblades I can kind of understand because they, you know, they can actually be, you know, dangerous. Like, even without you making weird modifications to them. I mean, I guess Bakugans could be seen as a choking hazard. And I remember, like, at some point, like when I was a kid, it was a big thing that everything that was a choking hazard needed to be more or less removed from shelves. Even though, you know, the package says that +3. Or at least it has the warning for 0 to 3-year-olds. So meant for them, you know. A thing that I haven't seen in like too long. I mean, every single Easter I see them. Since, you know, we have, you know, chocolate eggs that have the, like, surprise toys inside. And they are super duper small. Yeah. It is what it is, though. To be indeed. I just realized, by the way, even though, like, it doesn't really do anything, it is quite funny that all of my Pokemon's on the Shining Pearl in the Chimo are female. So, check out my shiny box. Got the wrong Joy-Con. There is. Right? I was about to say, did I get this dude? You're male. You have active Pokeros. Cool. One of my Rumbles were female, nice. So I only have caught a one male shiny in that file. Interesting, interesting. Very interesting. It's a Drifloon of all things. That was very fast, I remember that much. It was a long time ago as well. A Drifloon. Would like to say like 1.5 years ago. Or something like that. That's pretty interesting indeed. But yeah, I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding something indeed and be able to catch it as well. We're also gonna be soon having an ad break indeed. So look out for that as well. In about 5 minutes or so, and as I said, it still is taking around 3 minutes. Depending on when it wants to be starting, because today there has been like problem that they haven't been wanting to be starting, unfortunately. I think after the ad break is over, I'm gonna be going for a little bit longer. Was thinking if it seems feasible, I'll be going in the 4,500, but if it isn't, then you know, I'm not gonna be going there, of course. We'll see, we'll see. Would like to be ending up on a nice round number, but if it's not possible, it's not possible, of course. So why didn't that game again be getting encounter? Mean. There we go. But we'll see. I don't think that I'll be going that long today, though. I don't think that be able to get that amount of encounters done that quickly, so we'll see. We'll see. It's just the next 100 that I think I can be stopping at if I can math correctly. I'll be stopping at some point then. Yeah, indeed, that's in soon. I'm gonna be doing like 1 or 2 more encounters, and then, you know, break time indeed. Be take a nice stretch break as well. So now I've been sitting again for a while. Yeah. Break time indeed. I'm gonna check out how quickly is one number possible to be fitting. It's not possible. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. We'll see, we'll see. Let's run away then. Continue the hunts, indeed. I would like to say though, pretty much no matter what, if I would be getting a shiny at this point, I don't think that I'll be continuing after that. I'm gonna be also seeing for a little while like the evening look as well. Possibly. It's gonna be probably for like maybe 5 minutes, if even that. We'll see, we'll see. Let's use metronome. Or useful indeed. We'll be doing a lot as well. Especially as an item. When you know, can't even be battling in here. Can't even be battling in here indeed. Oh. I'll take the encounter there first. There we go. I was thinking that if I would be stopping when I hit 1500 on the Soul Silver file. I was like somewhere around there. Thinking that indeed. I'm gonna check out real quickly how much. It would be. I can. Ooh. I'm gonna try. Because it would mean that I would be hitting the 4500. If I could be getting there, but I'll see, So. But also could be ending sooner because I'm gonna be going for 10 maybe 15 minutes more today. So we'll see how much I can be getting done at that time. Well, welcome back. How did your Dex completion go? nice. Now you can be getting the very useful shiny charm. Ooh, nice. They are pretty rough races if you're doing it in PDSP. It get mine relatively quickly, under 1,000, so that's nice. Right now it's in Legends Arceus. Yeah, in PDSP it is very slow. To be getting resets. Starter resets takes like 2 minutes. Actually closer to 1.5, but 2 minutes like gives you enough, you know, room to make mistakes. Yeah, good luck with that hunt then. Gonna be a pain for sure. I will say though that at least the good thing about PDSP, if you own the game physically, you can never be seeing like the screen that do you own the game. And it's so nice. Fair enough. Good to be taking breaks anyways. Yeah, it's not definitely the worst resets, but it is way too much time to be fair. At the same time, even though they aren't that bad. How do you say that they are bad? I mean, I guess depends on what you go for. But like usually soft resets on 3DS are better than Switch. Especially when it comes down to legendaries. What Pokemon are you even talking about in Ultra Sun? I mean, you don't need to be finding the wormhole every single time, though. You only need to find it once. I mean, in Ultra Beast case, you want to be finding it more than once. But for everything else, you can just, you know, reset the... So the reset itself isn't that bad because you can just save right in front of it and, you know, do the nice soft reset that you can be doing in the 3DS games and everything else before it even. Yeah. Mine is too, like if I close down a game, like actually close down the game, it's gonna be taking a while, but if I do the fast, like, soft reset thing in 3DS, it doesn't take that long, thankfully. Yeah, I personally rather do something else than soft resets, but depending on what you go for, if you go for the legendaries in the 3DS, they are definitely faster soft resets than on Switch. Because on Switch you need to be closing down the entire game, and on 3DS you can just be doing the pattern combination to be resetting your games. Yeah, I personally like to be doing random encounters if I'm shiny hunting. Rather not be doing soft resets. Find them boring. Same with eggs. I find both of them boring. And eggs time consuming. I mean, it depends on what game you're going for it, but yeah. If you want to be going for a specifically Dialga from PDSB, yeah, it is unfortunately soft resets only. Fair enough, fair enough. I haven't started my Arceus hunt yet. Just know that it's gonna be quite a pain. I'll be doing something else at the same time as well. Because soft reset wise, I can't just be doing soft resets, I'll be falling asleep. It's too boring. Yeah, I know it. But hey, at least I will say that at least it's legit huntable. And it's not only in Pokemon Go. Yeah. You need to be getting the RQs first in that game, then you can be getting it in PDSP. I will say though, even though it's a pain that you need to be playing through another game to be getting it, I think it's still pretty cool to think about that you, from the past, did give it to your future self after you captured RQs. No. None of the story-related slash legendaries mythicals can be shiny in Legends Arceus. Basically anything that is one time only, they can never be shiny. If you don't, of course, remove the shiny lock from them, but I don't know if I would be liking to be hunting it in Arceus though. Because if you would need to be doing the battle every single time, it's gonna be like ridiculously time consuming. Because in order to be getting Arceus in Legends Arceus, you need to be doing a battle with it every single time. I would like to say that if it would be huntable that way, it would be taking longer to do than soft resets. And in that case, I would probably like prefer soft resets over that. The battle is so pain. A few more encounters to go today, then we do be done. And I'm still throwing bait somehow. Yeah, sure. Go for it. To be fair, if you want to be doing soft reset on one hand, you can be doing... If it is necessary, you can be changing the button layout on Switch. Let's see, last encounters. Nice. Amount done. And what, 2,300? No, 2,100 today. Not too bad. Yeah, Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. It is indeed gonna be it for today. I'll be back on Sunday at some point. Probably not as early as today, but from like usual time. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed on Sunday then. Until then, bye.